Let's get plugged in. What's going on, Ronnie? How you doing? Let us get plugged in and let us get underway. Ooh, allergy shot. I'm itchy. Amethyst, Sandy, how are you? Nice to see you tonight. I hope everybody's doing well. I'm a little itchy after my allergy shot this morning. No, I don't think I'm on Wi-Fi. No, I'm not on Wi-Fi. Thank you, Ronnie. I should be all good. We're prepping for trash day in the hood tomorrow. Let's see, and of course I have no visibility up the street, so everything is just nudging out, just nudging. All right. Welcome in, everybody. Happy, today is the 2nd of December. And it's great to see everybody. I am, this time next week, I will have already been in Vegas for a couple days. I got us set up at the, I think Wednesday night we're gonna take off Wednesday for Tonopah by way of Goldfield, so there's gonna be a lot of good content coming up from the high desert of Nevada, which should be great. It's been years since I've been up that way. It's going to be excellent to do that. It's going to be some great content, some good food reviews. I don't know what the food scene. I can't remember what the food scene. Okay, so you're just gonna block us here, right? We can't even get around you. What is wrong with this woman? Just pull up next to it like that. Hey, how you doing, Sassy? So it's gonna be good, and then I'll be back Thursday, and then get Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then I'm back home on the Rancho. My travel down to the Central Valley will be, it could possibly even be Christmas week. I'm not sure on that. That's still to be determined and still to be worked out. Yeah, thank you. It's going to be good. Just a quick bounce back down there. I have some other project to wrap up with the church. So it's going to be good to get that done before the end of the year. I won't be back there again until, I'm thinking February, something like that. So that'll be deep into 2026. Now it's hard to believe, less than 30 days. We've got, what do we got, 19 days until the shortest day of the year for sun. Days are getting shorter and shorter, my friend. And it's always an ill wind that blows no good. Now, let's see if I'm going to get a place here, and I am. It's looking good. All right, we got the doctors in the house, monsters of cock in the house, Sassy Sally, the grandbaby's doing good, doing real good. It's a really robust kid. I know it's only rock and roll, but I'm having some Hackjob chili tonight. I know it's only rock and roll, but I like it, like it. Please hit the thumbs up button if you're coming in. Corporal Comedia Fessler, boo boo boo. Got Dr. Frankenstein in the house. All right, let's get moving here. We're gonna be heading out to Sebastopol tonight. See what kind of decorations are out. I don't know if they have the tree lighting there or not. I'm not sure. It's not really known as like a Christmas town, right? It's like a very heathen, pagan, new age. Okay, bud, what are we gonna just walk across the parking lot? What are we doing? We don't know. We are Santa's elves, making Santa's toys. The land of misfit toys. I think I'm not sure if they busted that group that was selling. I don't know if their stand was illegal or not over there. Whether they were serving mystery meat or whatever. I don't know. That's right, bud. Just pull right behind me and T-bone me. Goof saw that I'm pulling in. Just pulls right behind. Which is like tries to come right up on the inside of me. Tell you guys, California drivers are like the world's worst here. They will just do whatever the hell they want. I was going up to the Kaiser today to get my allergy shot. Somebody's merging on and they're beeping at me because I'm in the lane. I got nowhere to go left to let them come in. They're laying on the horn like I'm supposed to step on the brakes and just break my flow, right, so that you can pull in. It's like, whatever. Hey, Scottish, it's like, get effed. Like all of a sudden, it's all about you and not all about me. So we wonder why everybody has road rage. Road raging. I know it's only rock and roll because we didn't have enough paint to paint the building. So I don't know, somebody comes onto the highway. I mean, what am I supposed to go over the car in front of me? I mean, it's laying on the horn. Hey! You got to just kind of slow your roll until you get a break into the traffic. Right? You got to slow your roll. So, it was cold this morning, man. It was like 44 degrees inside the house this morning. Woo-wee! I felt like I got nutted this morning, man, when I got up. And my little tootsies hit the floor. Holy crap, man. Talk about a shriveling kind of day. Anyway, welcome in Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. The agenda tonight, we're going to hang out a couple hours, then we're going to head up to Sebastopol, and I'm going to go and do a little bit of cooking tonight outside. Do some Hackjob cooking. I haven't had, tonight's a good night for chili. It's a keto chili. It's really just ground beef and onion, little bit of garlic, and the diced tomatoes, cumin, and chili. Chili is one of the easiest things that you can make on planet Earth, provided you have the right stuff. How you doing, Joni? So it's very keto friendly. got like hardly any carbs in it at all. And I was lucky. I found ground beef, like a 3-pack for £3 each in 3 separate packs at like the Costco. It was like, I don't know, like $19 or something. I don't know what the quality of it is, but I just think, what the heck. I'll take it. So who else we got here? Jay, how you doing, Jay? Pardon me for yawning. We got Amanda Hug and Kiss. What's going on? I hope your recovery is going well. I still have I got another whole video to put up. Not a lot of people watch the shooting videos. We go to the shooting range and all that, and I got one more short to put a walk around Culver City. If you didn't, are we drinking beer? We're always drinking beer, Aaron. If you didn't see it, the Lowry's video on the Lowry's experience there, which is a hell of a thing to have once a year. It's wonderful. It's something you got to book your reservation far in advance. But what a wonderful experience if you haven't seen that YouTube short featuring that wonderful old-fashioned from the bar. And some people made comments, oh, you should go out and get all the ingredients. Yeah, I'd be drinking old fashions, like knocking those things back like Coke Zeros or something, man. No, I can't do that. That's too tempting. You got to make that a special occasion. A special occasion. Drink. Okay, well, what are we doing? What are we doing? This guy's sporting his Nelson Mandela. What am I, in 2000? What the hell are we doing? Bishop Tutu? I don't know. I know, it's only rock and roll because I like it. There's more and more people living in their cars over here now. I haven't seen the hillbillies around recently. Yeah, so it was a pretty good day today. I'm still kind of decompressing after the fundraiser. I'm looking forward to Vegas for just pure fun and entertainment this time. It's going to be great, in a trip to Tonopah and Goldfield. For those of you who've been on the channel before, you know I've been to Goldfield back in 2020 maybe. Rode up at that time. They were trying to, the economy's tough, yeah. We have what's called a very bifurcated economy. We'll get into that a little bit, but up in Goldfield, they were trying to renovate the historic Goldfield Hotel up there, and I don't know if they pulled it off. I'm not sure if they were able to do that. I get the sense like they were running out of money, because when I went up, literally, I did not see one person in town. Not one. There just was nobody around, nobody on the streets, nobody anywhere. And I looked over, I parked on the parking lot. I look over at the hotel, and one of the doors to go in is just swinging in the wind up there. So I just took it upon myself to just give a self-guided tour. It turned out to be pretty interesting to go from floor to floor and down in the basement. I guess I could have been trapped in there maybe and probably died in there. Nobody would have ever probably known about it, but it was cool. Tonopah has, it's a little further north up past Goldfield. It has the distinction of being, it was the site of a really tragic mine. I don't know whether it's an explosion or a cave-in up there. I don't know if it was a silver or a gold mine. but a lot of people died in there. And they have like a pioneer type of graveyard, and it's all right next to the Clown Motel, which is a weirdo kind of place. People from all over the world for years send in clown dolls to the place, and they have shelf after shelf and room after room of just filled with clown dolls and clown motif stuff. So it's a pretty weird place, and it's supposed to be, the whole town seems like it's haunted to me. So we'll be staying at the Mitzpah, which is considered a Mitzpah hotel, which is considered the most, hey Robert, which is considered the most haunted place in Nevada, which probably is because when I was there last time and I peeked at the door in the night, the rocking chair was just rocking itself. And I just closed the door and said, gee, some things you wish you never saw before. And yeah, it's definitely kind of a haunted hotel up there, but it's cool when you get away from the big cities and you get out in the countryside. It's amazing the things that are out there in some of these towns, and people fight to hold on to this history. But that 95 runs up to Carson City from Vegas, and it's just like there's nobody on the road at all. It's like you get out there and it's almost spooky. You're just on the road between these mountain peaks, and it's pretty wild when you get out there. I'm doing good, Jennifer. How are you doing, honey? Nice to see you tonight. Thank you for coming in. So it's supposed to be marginally warmer tonight than last night. I don't know. It got cold last night, but I did find my, where the hell did that go? Oh, there it is. I do got my little 11-hour warmer. I'm going to take a lot of these up with me on the road. How you doing, Jerry? Good to see you. I'm going to try to do some other food reviews in Las Vegas down there. We seem to always have our best luck when we get in the car and drive somewhere, as opposed to walking around downtown in some of those casinos, because that food just tends to be very overpriced down there. Sorry about my Giants, honey. I'd no more be a person rooting for the Giants than fly around the moon. I'll be in Laughlin, November 25th, 27th or so. Very good. You'll be down there for Christmas. I might be on my Central Valley. I might be mobile for Christmas this year, which would be a unique experience. I'm about ready for a road trip that's not just driving, but just touring through. I don't know what shape that's going to be. I'm not sure. How you doing, Deja Vu? Yeah, you got 6 inches up there, huh? Man, I just can't even imagine dealing with snow. How you doing, Mystery? So this will be it. This will wrap up Vegas till February or so. I guess I'll be back then, because it's a good time it's a good time to travel in the winter, because stuff is a little bit cheaper. I can't let you know, Robert, because I got my phone blew up. I lost everybody's number. So if you have my number, just send me a text. Hey, this is Robert Mack, and then I'll shoot a text back to you so it can reestablish your number again. I lost everything. Try it sometimes. Try what sometime? I don't know. I don't miss the snow. I wouldn't move into a snowy place. I don't like to, have my sack half frozen for 3 months of the year. Okay, well, maybe I'll try to get down to LA around that time. Maybe we can hang out and get together again. I think Kev will be back in town. He's been in Acapulco and Mexico City. Try walking in snow with boots. Honey, leave. Emigrate. Go to the Honduran consulate there and emigrate. How you doing, Cindy? Go down to Honduras. You'll love it down there. It's tropical. It's beautiful. You can bounce around in your bikini every day. You can just tell people this is what it used to be. Thank you, Robert. I got it. I'll appreciate you texting that. Thank you. Good to see you, Cindy. So I say, I got it. Thank you very much. It just popped up. So I say, if you don't like it, all right, you got to take steps to do away with the pain. As far as what happened for the kicker for the the Giants or whatever, you don't want to be in Antigua or anything like that. You don't want to be on any island or anything. This has just been, as I've said before, this has been the worst year in. I can't think of a year that's been worse in the NFL than this year. It's just been absolutely pathetic. It's like the quality of athletes has gone down. The quality of performance has gone down. Viewership is down. I know that viewership is down. This has been some of the most boring games I've ever seen in my life this year, with some of the teams that should be doing great or just terrible this year. So I'm glad I'm not a ticket holder. You got people in Vegas are just dying to just have any kind of wind, any kind of yeah. Thank you, Scott. It's got it, honey. No, I didn't see the Colts highlight. I just don't even care. I don't even care. The Steelers, the Ravens are pathetic. I would say only the Patriots and only the Broncos are playing pretty high style football right now. That's about it. Hey, Ace, how you doing? And congratulations to the Cal Bears for beating SMU, who was ranked 21st. Kind of cinches them a nice bowl game, hopefully coming up. Yeah, the Broncos and the Broncos and Patriots have been high styling in football. That's about it. That's about it. It's been an awful year. The worst team can beat the best team easily and make them look like chumps out here. Yeah, I don't know. The Bears are pretty thin. I don't know. I don't want to turn it into football, but yeah, we got what should be the marquee matchup of the season, because these two teams just hate each other. You got the Steelers and the Ravens this weekend. That should probably be the highest rated game of the year. They won a fortune. They're doing no season tickets, seating license too. That's what they're doing for the A's now. Right, you get a seating license. It guarantees you that you'll get season tickets if you pay the tariff. So otherwise you're kind of up in the air on that. That licensing has been around for a while. Tickets are crazy expensive. Yeah. So the result is you have young people in high school that don't play football. There's less and less football teams now around the nation, high school football teams, because there's aren't enough kids in a lot of places that are interested in playing football anymore, or sports in general, which means there's less interest in the big three sports: basketball, football, and baseball. I can't really speak about hockey. So the result is less people are going to be watching those games on TV coming up, since cornholio sports don't matter as much. That pandemic was disruptive for sure. Disruptive before. They said today that apartment vacancies across the nation are at an all-time high right now, and mom and pop business bankruptcies are at an all-time high now too. Okay, it's no wonder why. Imagine if you're on the street here and you're trying to run over here on 4th Street in Santa Rosa. You're trying to run a operation over here. It's Don Taylor's Omelet Express for breakfast in the morning, and it's like your food costs are out of sight. Your employees have to be super well paid. At the end of the day, it's a losing proposition, because once you start to exceed, once breakfast gets up around $20 for an entree, it's just like people don't even, it's not even worth it anymore. I'd just say just hard boil me a couple eggs and that's it. I'm not going to have. So it's nice, like when I was here with Tara and we hid out at the Sebastopol Sunshine Cafe. That was a good deal. That was a good deal. So when you got a good deal, you treasure it. Like in Vegas when we had that yum dumpling and noodle and dumpling, tremendous value for the money. So I guess Chinese food was always the leaders in values in like cities in Baltimore, where even the poorest people could afford to go down. You might risk your life to go down there and get food, but you could get it cheap, eat. And it'll probably go back to that anyway, of just simple Chinese restaurants are the only ones, because they get their whole family working in there and schlepping in the kitchen and everything. Make sure you're on all messages. Okay, yeah, I know some people got some snow around the area. Lowry's with your daughter looked amazing. Let me tell you, deja vu, for a once a year experience, it ain't cheap. It ain't cheap, but it's like an event. It's like an event, and it's just, cocktails, $20. You want to have that old fashioned. But I think to myself, I don't buy cocktails when I'm out. I haul my beer with me and just have the beer on the fly or whatever. But once a year is kind of nice to just treat yourself. And it's always a time when I'm coming off of the fundraiser. So I feel like, it probably sounds selfish, I feel like just having a really, really, just treat myself a little bit. Right, and my daughter. Well, thank you, Scottish. Proofs that the apple fell very far from the tree. Little ways away, they got 8 to 10. I guess it depends where you were, how much snow you were gonna get. But you go down there and it's some restaurants pass from just food. And the prime rib is excellent there. They pass to experiences. What prime rib? Yeah, what a prime rib cart. That's a 600-pound cart, deja vu, that they've been using since they opened in the 1930s. And the guy that comes around and carves the meat, there's like one per dining room there. And this guy, you have to go through an intensive training program of like 6 months or something like that. And you have to have been a chef, and that's why they have like the metal around their neck, and they lift the lid there. They got the mashed potatoes and the gravy, and they got the roast beef, and the guy can just perfectly carve it, and they just do a great job. Just do a good job. It's like artistry. The spinning salad bowl. It's on a par like at the Nelson Hotel in Tijuana, where they invented the Caesar salad down there. It's another place that's a whole experience that transcends the food and everything else. Yeah, how you doing, Aquarius? But it's a nice way to end the month, because I'm pushing hard in the month of November, and I usually have a little bit of a letdown at the end of the month, because whenever you just take a deep breath and you decelerate a little bit. Oh, thank you, Angus. Yeah, she turned out all right, huh? So, I appreciate that. I wouldn't say Lowry's is fancy in the sense, I would say it's very old school. It's a very old school dining experience. You have the curved booths that you sit in. If you have a lot of people, you have a lot of attentive service around you. Not overbearing, but just perfectly attentive. So it becomes it becomes a nice experience and enjoyable. And once a year, that's about all you want to do, is once a year, and all that. I didn't do any recording at the Cheesecake Factory. I do have the cheesecakes that were on display. They must have had like 25 different cheesecakes. And you guys know I'm not a big dessert eater, but because it was that was really my daughter's birthday, that on Friday, they gave a complimentary. You could pick any piece of cheesecake that you wanted, and she got the raspberry chocolate truffle one, which comes highly recommended. Cheesecake is just way too rich for me. It's hard for me to eat something that is that rich. The Golden Steer back in the day. Yeah, the Golden Steer is still going strong down in Vegas. I never even knew about it. And they told me that's like the fancy one, because believe it or not, Circus, that shithole has usually vies for number 1 or 2 in the top steakhouse in Vegas at the Circus, which really blows me away. Another good place is in the Golden Nugget. They have Anthony and Vic's restaurant there, which is good. I went there with Monkey Boy years. Can you please, where you're at, Tyler? I don't have a piece, my man, but thank you for the tips. But that's another place that's a really nice dining experience. But if you're going to record it, you need to have something that has a very good low light lens. And this is where smartphones start to struggle inside, when they're hunting for focus and pulsing a little bit and making it looks a little raggedy. But the food was good. The Cheesecake Factory was pretty bad. I think I had shrimp scampi, which was all right. So I did get my allergy shot today. This time I was prepared. I took my allergy pill before I went in there. So the reaction wasn't as bad. Tyler trying to give styling tips, yeah. Anyway, I don't know if any of you are going to be traveling over the holidays or have any special traditions. We are going to have I don't think we had it last year. We're going to bring back the Christmas contest this year for the the most unique and beautiful Christmas decorations, non-commercial. Don't put up AI generated. Don't put a picture that you downloaded off the internet and stuff like that. I run everything through reverse picture search and everything, but we'll have $100 for first prize, we'll have $50 for second prize, and we'll have $25 for third prize, because some people asked about that. So if you're putting up a tree or you're doing some decorations or something like that, we'll make sure you will have the picture sent. I think I will also forward. We'll use if she's around. We'll use Shimei as a judge, or one of my moderators if she's not available to make the decision, because people say, okay, you're biased or whatever with no. I will be back in Vegas on Sunday. I'll be there Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, taking off for Tonopah, and coming back to Las Vegas on Thursday. And I will be around Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and then I will be back on Monday. Glenn and Tara were there when there was a disagreement of the feeding of the cats. I don't know. We had a disagreement about the feeding of the cats. I don't know. You too, Robert. Stay warm. I don't know. We had a disagreement over the feeding of the cats. Hey, it doesn't, if you want to visit the cats, that's fine. That doesn't bother me. But the cats are always well taken care of and well fed, and they're as big as mini houses now. They're all like huge now and fat and sloppy and everything. So it's not like they ever missed a meal. We're coming with you. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that wasn't about the cats. Yeah, 35 degrees. I don't know what we are right now. 58. It's been miserable here. But we have a little bit of overcast tonight, so the temperature is not going to be going as low. Was he worked up? Hey, I do the best I can in life, Judith. That's it. I do the best I can in life. I've taken care of business. I've been highly responsible. Got things all set up, so it's time to take the ball back and run your own show. Dry food, and it was accessible, no matter. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because I can't leave an open bag outside, or the cats will just have devoured the whole thing. Yeah, it's in the past. It's all moved on, and things went remarkably smoothly. We solved the mystery of the storage locker. They were real nice over there, but it was their error at the end of the day, because she originally took me in to see a unit. And she looks down, she's like, that's strange. That's got a lock on it. Huh. Well, we can't put your stuff in where somebody has a lock on the locker. So she started walking around and looking. She finds another random unit and is like, oh, how about this one? Okay, looks good. I slapped the lock on it. Leave. We go back to the office, and she neglects to record down in her computer. She changed the assigned locker. That's how it all came down. That's a big mistake, in my opinion, for a storage company. I'm not sure what that means. What's a big mistake? How you doing, Jim Rockford? Good to see you tonight. Oh yeah, that was a huge mistake. And I get this call in Vegas like, where are you? You need to stop by here. I'm like, honey, I'm in Vegas. I'm in the middle of doing a fundraiser down here. Oh well, shit, we got a real problem. I mean, this guy came in, he's looking for stuff. We don't know whether the stuff was actually put into storage. We can't find the unit. It's not the lock on it, it's our lock on it. What's going on? I said, look, I'm not going to be back until, whenever the hell I got back, the 30th or whatever. And I get another call from another manager. What's going on down here? She's like, I think there's like some kind of shenanigans going on down here, and I feel like we're maybe being set up for some fraud thing or something. I'm like, I told your worker or whatever that I'm down in Vegas until the 30th. So when I go in there yesterday, she's like, oh, good to see you again. Yeah, we got it all figured out. We figured out what was going on. Yeah, it was the wrong unit or whatever. I'm like, okay. Meanwhile, I'm sweating it in Vegas. You could have at least called me back. You had such a hard on to talk to me. When I wasn't, when it was my problem, then when it's your problem, I don't hear a damn thing from you. So I don't blame Blackbird one bit for feeling like shit. I went to the unit, and there's nothing there. And I see an individual piece of wire on the floor. I'm thinking, that's probably my wire. And I said, no, it's probably not, because if it's a professional job and it's thieves, they're not going to take away bags of clothes. They're not going to take away mattresses and broken chairs. And they're just going to go for what looks like high value and get the hell out of there. So I said, there's no chance that your stuff is, it's their error down there. It's their mistake, which of course it was. So they actually ended up giving a $43 credit, which I thought was pretty nice. Happy holidays, sorry about all the hassle and stuff like that. I think the tools have value. I think there's some very good DeWalt tools, but there's a lot of stuff in there that if you were going to raid a locker, you wouldn't take all of the stuff in there. You would just be very selective about what you pulled out. So yeah, I don't blame them. You get the card, you get the key, you get the code, you go over and punch it in, and shit, there's nothing there. All right, what's going on? Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's a lot of clothes when they're laundered and stuff. I mean, there's some nice t-shirts and things in there. I don't know. All that stuff can be moved into a much smaller and more economical unit with no problem at all. They have multiple sizes lower than that. Yeah, well, I don't know. See, they've never had a theft. They've never had a robbery. One of the reasons I picked this place was because it was very corporate. And the other three reasons I picked it: number one, it was a big corporate chain. Number two, there's recording cameras everywhere. As soon as somebody opens the door, the sensor clicks all the lights on and the cameras start recording when something happens inside of the building. That's number two. And number three, it's very climate controlled inside, and it's a very, they're very nice units. They're not outside units that are going to get jacked in the neighborhood. Are renting U-Haul trucks for sleeping them cheaper. Yeah, they've been doing that for years, Jim Rockford. People have been buying ambulances, old box trucks, and living out of them. How long do they do it? When are we going to get grabbing content? I'd like to get out there. I can't say it's going to be this week. I would like to, but I'm just getting caught up. I came back to multiple problems that I had to get solved here. Today they're officially all taken care of here, because I pushed a lot of stuff aside to focus on the fundraiser in the month of November. I don't let anything stand in the way of that. But it did leave a mess of stuff to be done. You know, I had my next allergy shot was supposed to be on the 8th. I'm not going to be around the 8th, so I had to push that to today. Disaster mitigation, exactly. But anyway, everything is worked out very well. I'm actually considering whether I'm going to pop the place up for sale or not. I don't know. I haven't decided on it. In a lot of ways, I don't think the future for the state looks that particularly bright. They're so heavily indebted, and got everything taken care of, Angus. Cats need a new home. Those cats are all feral. They go here and there in the neighborhood. Karl Marx already took her tribe out. They're gone. You don't see baby socks anymore. They just gradually drift away to other places because there's lots of cats in the neighborhood. There's lots of people that put food out and paper plates with cat food, and it's just the whole neighborhood's like one giant ass feeder. The biggest threat to the cats is getting hit by cars. That's the biggest threat. They start to get in a fight. One cat chases another cat out into the street, and they get run over by a car. That's it. Flat gone. We lost Lenin and we lost Trotsky to that. Ghostface chased one out one week, and the next week chased the other one out onto the street. Yeah, they are all fixed. Yep. Every single one of them is fixed. They seem to have calmed down a bit. I mean, they've still got some bullying going on out there, which at times can get pretty rough. But there's a lot of cats you don't see around here. Just gradually, they just drift away. That's why I never wanted to bring them into the house or anything to get established as inside cats. The oldest one is Tiger. Is the oldest one. He's been around for, I don't know, he drifted in. He came in like a hobo and just set up shop. He came from way over on like a half a mile away. I don't know how in the hell he got it, but they're everywhere in the neighborhood. Yeah, the reason I would be selling is just upkeeping the place is challenging. You know, it's a lot of land to take care of. But I haven't decided. Raphael hasn't shown up. Now I'm worried. Hey, how you doing? To get rid of that cigarette smell and a redo. I don't know. The Shine Shack is all aired out. I mean, one thing. Blackbird had accumulated a lot of stuff, but he was not tough on the physical plant of the place, which I'm grateful for, because I had another guy that was like super destructive of the inside of it. So I'm very grateful for that. He was respectful of the property and everything. But it's the Shine Shack is built for very hard duty anyway. It was designed to be a distillery, so it's got the porcelain tile floor, and it's all sealed at the edges to the baseboards. And it's been flooded out before with ferment from the hose falling out of the still. I mean, it's had some rugged wear. But it's a really nice extra unit for people to have on the property. It's a really nice extra unit to have. Where would I be happy? I would be happy to just be down at the Dragon Motel. Yeah, it's a little rough in the area. You might have to put up with a lot of fights inside and shit, but it's cheap living at its finest. It's box living that I don't like. Townhouse, condo, apartments, and fees. Yeah, they do hit you with that stuff. Right? There's just when you have a mortgage, usually your property taxes are imputed into the price that you pay to the mortgage company. It has your insurance and everything all tied in. No, it isn't a definite, Kaylee. No, it's not a definite. I would rate it about a 15% chance, but that's up from about 5% a couple months ago. I wouldn't mind just being on the road for 6 months or a year, just making content. The Rancho there's been a lot of money that's poured in. I mean, the trees have been taken care of that needed to be taken care of. The back fence has been replaced. Whoever gets that place is get a great ass property. Yeah, you can walk to the grocery store. Yeah, you can walk to the grocery store. You're right near major thoroughfares. I support that. If you did that, I think you really enjoy yourself when you're out of it. I do, but I like the Rancho a lot. It's always nice to come home to a place. A lot of people are moving to Kentucky. Do cash, steel, or gold? This time about Bitcoin yesterday, down today. It's popping up. Man, that shit is all over the map. Too volatile. It's too easily manipulated a market. But the gold is good. Yeah, and it's private. It's private. It has a good green barrier around it. In other words, in the middle of a very horrendously overpopulated area right there with extremely high density, it is like a little bit of an oasis. My neighbor across the street, he couldn't believe that it also included the back acreage back there too as part of the deal. So whoever buys it gets a huge chunk of land, city speaking wise. And there we goes back up after. What's that, Aquarius? I never really had a problem with neighbors. Nobody's a Karen in the hood. I mean, that's one thing. People can have parties till all hours of the night. Nobody ever calls the cops or anything. People were smart enough and considerate enough to cut the party at a certain point in the night. I mean, there's even a drug rehab house. I got one, two, I don't know, 4 doors down. I've never had a problem with them. There's always people coming, going. What's going on, Kitty? So, it's very tempting because the Shine Shack is empty now. And a little bit of modest cleanup in there and wiping down and a little bit of paint and stuff. It'll just show perfectly as an extra amenity on top of it. And if anybody ever wanted to expand the footprint, it's very easy to expand the main house to connect to the Shine Shack, and you have like a compound in there with the workshop and everything else. We lived here 30 years. Weird to think someday it won't be ours. I guess in a lot of ways you think of, like, if I could just snap my finger and be in a studio somewhere, that would be ideal. That would be ideal. Let's see. Nippy says, "Hey, Rosie, hope you had a good day. Enjoyed seeing you and your daughter have an amazing dinner." It was great. It was good to spend 4 solid days visiting and getting caught up on her life. I think Alan will be around. Yeah, there's an ADU that's officially permitted and approved, and it has the extra lot and everything else. It has mature fruit trees. I like the idea of you living in a Shine Shack and around there you'd still have them. Yeah, I like that idea too. Because one beautiful thing about the main house is it's such a simple home. There's really not much maintenance ever required. There's very little plumbing in it. All the electrical is new. It's nice. Yeah, cooking food. And then both places would just share the back deck there. So to do that, I would want to put a split system into that. I'd have to have the house separately metered from the Shine Shack, because I don't think people are as cheap about utilities as I am. When it's like, I don't run heat, and yeah, it's pretty miserable in the morning for the first 5 minutes. Yeah, I got a good setup, Nippy. I do. Yeah, we decided for you. I love that. We decided for you. Yeah, I never have any worry about going away either and leaving the place, because it's just a kind of neighborhood where nobody thinks of breaking into somebody's house, because nobody imagines anybody else has any shit that's better than the crap in their own house. So maybe come on, cover over the door for when it rains would be good. Yeah, it's got a little bit of a underneath. It's about a foot and a half uh, eave over top of that door down there. That's where the cats like to be when it rains. Don't ask me why. They love to sit out in the partial rain there and just sit there. I don't know. How you doing, Callie Mo? The other beautiful thing is I really don't have that much stuff, believe it or not. I haven't acquired a lot of stuff. Some furniture's worn out too. I got these lazy boy chairs from, I don't know, the shit was made in Vietnam. It's held up okay. And I know where it's at. Yeah, I've always kind of resisted having a lot of crap. But if I did rent it out, it would be under yeah, the expiration date. If I did, it would be I would turn it over to a management company and let them have all the hassles. So it's something to think about. I don't think I would miss the winter. I would definitely miss the summers around here. I'm frugal and get rid of excess stuff lately. Yeah, I want to get rid of. Then I look around. I don't got a lot of crap. The biggest thing I have is an extensive collection of vintage audio equipment. That fire in Hong Kong, yes, terrible. Did you know of the bit? I did know of the building. I know that the way that housing estates are built in Hong Kong, and it's super high density of people. And I knew immediately as soon as I saw that the unit was on fire, I knew a lot of people were going to die. And they weren't going to die because of fire. They were going to die from inhaling, because the whole building is surrounded by plastic netting and bamboo. There's no chance of getting oxygen. So the people died of asphyxiation and things, smoke inhalation and breathing in all that plastic. I knew it was going to happen when I lived there. I said it's only a matter of time until something terrible happens, because people were packed in like sardines. Yeah, and when it goes, and people tend to be pack rats, and their units are just filled with stuff. Yeah, I'm not, I'm probably not doing anything Aquarius, except when I get back from this trip, I have to get the fruit trees all pruned and sprayed, and then I'm pretty much ready to go until springtime. I recognize, yeah, there was a Filipino Yeah, they use a lot of maids from the Philippines that come in there. Well, a lot of it is just plain exploitation. There was no protection really for those workers that came in, and a lot of them were heavily exploited, pushed into sexual relationships, and yeah, I mean, I would hear it in my own office from expats that would hire them and stuff because it was $500 a month. Yeah, it's denser than Japan. Hong Kong's the most densely populated area of the world, right there, especially on Hong Kong Island. And even up in the new territories close to the China border where this fire occurred, it's still a lot of density, and it's expensive. Even back in the day, 380 square feet would be $750,000. You see all these estate agencies on the streets with their office buying and selling real estate, even to park a car. $50,000 to $100,000 to buy a parking spot. I'm sure some places it's $500,000 US now. It's horrible. Well, the problem with construction in China is corruption. They have the same building requirements. They have the same educational, architectural project standards that we have here in the U.S. The problem is somebody comes to you, says you're going to be using a lot of concrete. We got this concrete here. It's not quite the PSI that you need of your concrete, but it'll do the job. And we're gonna put 10% in your pocket here. Oh, okay. How you doing, Alan? What's the population is like, I don't know, 8 million, 10 million, something like that. So you have a lot of construction. That's why people call the buildings made of tofu, because it's like, it just comes down like that bridge that the landslide came down. The engineers should have known that ground was unstable there, and it just came down and took the whole bridge down. So corruption is a real deal. And I lived on Hong Kong Island, which is super densely populated. Then you go across the harbor, and it's across the harbor, and it's Kowloon, and then beyond that, going north, you have what's called the New Territories up there. Yeah, it's a lot of people in a super small area. And a lot of people live very rough. People tend to not throw anything away. It's like people tend to be pack rats, and you get a bag from the store or whatever, go shopping, you're going to save the plastic bag, or people are just saving. Yeah, I lived there for 5 years. Yeah, it's quite a culture shock when I first hit. I probably lost like 30 pounds in 2.5 months. I didn't want to eat anything. Just a quick recharge, then full throttle. Next adventures, exactly. Exactly. If nothing else, I've had anything except a boring life, that's for sure. I think Corky will come in. I took my last pain pill because I thought he'd be here. He's probably cheering. It was just hard to get used to, Mystery. Everything just looked kind of gross. the sewer system smell. I got there in August. It was the peak humidity and heat, and people were burning fake money to ancestors on the street. I just hit when there was some Qing Ming festival or something, and it was such a shock to the senses. And you get there, and you're not taking a car ride home. You have to get on a bus, right, with your suitcase and shit. It's just like, holy crap! Hey, Beetlejuice. And you're just sweating like a pig the whole time. 1991 through 1995. And the food, and then one day, my father-in-law was like, if you don't eat, you're probably gonna die, because I would just go to the Park and Shop. They had two supermarket chains, Welcome or Park and Shop, and I would just get like a Sara Lee frozen pound cake, and I would just cut a piece of that for breakfast in the morning, and then take off for work or whatever. He's like, you're probably gonna die, if you keep going the way. So one day I just said, you know what? I'm just gonna eat everything that everybody puts in front of me. And from that day on, I just reveled in the food there. Reveled. Sorry to hear that, Scottish. Oh, I had Tatsubao, I had Hagao Sumai, I had Shinzu Drin, I had everything that you could have. I ended up in the Forbidden City in Beijing, sitting in the Temple of Heaven there, and having what was called an emperor's meal. It had everything from camel to scorpion, and it was all delicious. There wasn't anything I wouldn't eat at that point. So it worked out. So I was fortunate to be able to travel a lot. It was good, Mystery. No, healthcare there was wonderful because it was free, and it was under the British system at that time. And all the money came from horse racing. You had what was called the Hong Kong Royal Jockey Club, and they had two tracks, one in the New Territory, Sha Tin, and they had one in Happy Valley on Hong Kong Island. And you think horse racing is big in like Kentucky Derby or Preakness and Belmont. They might get $25 million through on one of those big days, but they get like $100 million on just an average race day. And you go into all these off-track betting parlors, or you can go to the racetrack, and all the money paid for the hospitalization. I think when my daughter was, I had two daughters were born over there, and the first one, I think it was like a $15 charge, right, because of special food or whatever. And then the second one was like $90 or something like that, and that was at a private. So, and I had to take my, a couple times I'd run a kid up to the ER at Queen Mary Hospital, and it was good, very good. Never had a problem with the hospital system. Was very good. They had a very good college, Hong Kong University and Hong Kong Polytechnic. Very good universities there. Good medical school. Yeah, you've gone a lot of places with me. I'd like to get over there. I mean, I got a place to stay that's a family place over there, uh, right on Hong Kong Island, on over in Kennedy Town, Queens Road West. Oh, but it's just a long ass flight. Man, it gets dark so early now. 55 degrees, not even 5 o'clock. Oh, man. Yeah, they got a good system. What did you think of China buying oil from the Saudis in yuan? I think it's just a preview of coming attraction, Rebecca. I think the rest of the world is catching up in competitiveness, so their products are becoming more attractive, and China is doing the bulk of trading now and shipping and things like that. It's only natural. It's only natural that the currency would be more and more vital in trade. I think once they they artificially keep down the price of the yuan. It's like something like 6.8 to the US dollar, something around there. Once they let up on that, then it'll become more internationally popular. And then I wouldn't be surprised in 50 years if it was 1-to-1 eventually. So if you sock away a lot of yuan, you'll probably be rewarded over time. Well, they'll still take U.S. currency. Remember, our economy is still twice the size of China's economy. And when you have things like AI that popped up that drove up the value of United States corporations like Apple and Google and Tesla and Nvidia and advanced micro devices and all that, that's a lot of capital value. A lot of capital value. If the AI bubble bursts, which I expect it to, because you don't need 100 different competing AI models, right? What's the difference between waiting 1/10 of a second longer for an answer? They're all crawling the same databases out there. Then you might see a little more pressure or whatever. But, you follow the money and that'll be the valuable currency. But it's going to be interesting to see. I'm trying to get a feel for layoffs. Remember, we've had very sketchy data since August because of the government shutdown, and we're really kind of flying a little bit blind here. About the number of layoffs doesn't tell the story of who's being laid off and what value their jobs had and what pay were in those jobs. Yeah. Sovereignty to one is self-reliant. Well, deja vu, that's what I sat in a meeting in Taiwan, in Taipei, with New Southern Engineering. They're still going strong over there. They put the fiber optic ring around the island of Taiwan and stuff. And these guys were smart. And I was sitting at the table, and the guy said, "You know what? There's some places in the world, and the United States is one. They can be totally inwardly focused on their own development. They don't need to trade to lift up their standard of living. And China is kind of the same way right now. Right? They put so much attention towards exporting, growing export markets through trade, that they didn't put any attention on growing the domestic market. So people accumulated all this money, but there wasn't any shit to buy, right? Because they had high tariffs, and the Chinese would try to supply their own market, but the people didn't really want the crap that they were producing. So when they had a chance to buy like Apple phones and all this stuff, they would grab that stuff, or buy a Buick automobile, even if they had to pay a 50% tariff or something like that. But now you look at companies like Huawei and these car manufacturers, they're all using state-of-the-art manufacturing. They're producing good products. They have AI. They're leading the world in robotics, factory floor robotics, military robotics, all that kind of stuff. So it's a totally different story right now. So, and the average person is still living like a dog over there. And remember, the standard of living is still on average very low over there, because you have so many people that live out in agricultural areas that are still scratching out a living in shitty areas. Best stock to invest, in your opinion? Right now, I've been accumulating a little bit of Pacific Gas and Electric. The reason being is they went through all of these terrible wildfires, and then they turned around and they got permission to raise the hell out of rates and bury all the lines that could potentially cause fires in the future. So they've lowered the risk tremendously of future wildfires, and which is a good thing. So the stock took a tremendous hit during all those wildfires, all those payouts that had to be done, and they're finally getting on a profitable keel again. And their potential earnings are very high once all the litigation is behind them. That's if you want to ride the dividend will be increasing back over time again, and people will. It's the same as the Bank of America story in 2011. It was a $6 stock, and I don't know what it went up to or whatever. Right? Sometimes you have to look at a turnaround situation and say, hey, okay, they're too big to fail. And there's always some disaster happening down in San Ramon, when the gas pipes blew up blew up half of the neighborhood there in 15 or whatever. Yeah, I don't think PG&E's El Segundo's in LA. I think they have SoCal Edison down there. Edison Electric. That's one. And of course, we've been beating the drum on silver and gold since, I don't know, 3 years ago. I went back and just in my search box on videos, I put gold and silver in or whatever. And I've seen videos stretching back 3-4 years talking to people about you need to be aboard this silver and gold. And you know what? To this day, I still don't have an idea why it's doing what it's doing. I don't know. But I know it's been going up like crazy, and that makes me know that we're still early days in what's happening here. With eventually the reason will come out. Everybody will scramble to buy at that point. Just where the risk is highest. As far as what else to invest in, I don't know. I look at Kraft Heinz, and I kind of scratch my head there. Um, you know, I wouldn't be involved in the casino industry now because of every time you turn around, there's a new casino coming online. New York City, Steve Cohen or whatever just got. He's going to be build. They're going to build the first casino in Manhattan or whatever. All of this stuff eventually works to undercut Vegas. I mean, I think Indian casinos are about $40 billion enterprises now. Unattainable at some point, gold and silver. I think that's probably true, Panjay. It's going to be very hard to get a hold of. It's going to be very hard to get a hold of physical metal. I think the rest of the world became wealthy enough that if a company like India comes online, a country like India, coupled with a country like China, and coupled with a country like Indonesia, you're talking about, what are you talking about? 1.2 plus 1.2.5 plus, you're talking about 3 billion people with a B. What is that, like 40% of the world's population right there? And they finally have enough money to start buying precious metals and things like that. There ain't no mining operation in the world that can keep up with all that demand. Please hit the thumbs up if you're just coming in. I'm itchy for my allergy shot today. Yeah, and it's like jewelry is just take jewelry for example. Jewelry in Asia is a totally different animal than jewelry in the Occidental world. Yeah, De Beer Mining's, that was smart because the diamond market's just gone down the shitter for a couple of reasons we'll talk about in a minute. Yeah. Here we get 10 karat jewelry, maybe 14 karat rings and things like that. But people buy 24 karat. They use 0.999 fine gold. In other words, they're only going to buy the real deal. And you have jewelry shops, a lot of them are gone now because they couldn't get the inventory anymore. But there's a lot of, they only buy the real 24 karat shit. Everyone I talked about the richest gold deposits has different opinions. What's yours? I think there's not enough gold deposits in the world to cover off demand when the whole paradigm is shifting towards having a currency that has backing to it. Yeah, it glows. That's exactly right. It's not so much shiny, it just glows. What I mean by that is, at what point do countries in the world say, you know what, we're not taking paper anymore. Good night, Mystery. You know, we're not taking paper IOUs that have some theoretical spending power behind them. Yeah, it's soft. It is soft, but they don't care. It's still wearable, still malleable, and everything else. You look at a 0.999 gold bar, and yeah, it's a little soft. It'll dent if you drop it, but it's not tofu. So when you think if countries come out with an alternative currency to like the euro and the US dollar or something like that, but the problem is that, you know, these countries would want to say, well, who's going to be the chief who's going to act like the Federal Reserve for this? Who's going to be like the Eurozone trade chief, finance minister, or whatever? No country wants to yield its sovereignty. That's the big problem they have, is a problem of who's going to be the boss. The investing route is when paper. Yeah, it's just, it's, at what point do you say, geez, look at copper. It's like $5.50 a pound now. I mean, it used to be $1.90, $2, $2.50, $3. At what point do you say you're just giving us paper here and you're taking our tangible goods? And we're losing money on, because every dollar you print lowers the value of that dollar by some infinitesimally small fraction of a percent. There's nothing to keep that from devaluing over time. So you're just diluting our value more. Metallic, how are you? You're looking like an old. Hey, how you doing, babe? Nice to see you. Why Saudi Arabia accepted yuan? Because they're trying to show that they're open to alternative currencies. And no country likes being in the pocket of the United States. Well, I don't know if the penny is just a losing proposition from a production point of view. It's like it's more of a pain in the ass for merchants to handle now and for banks to handle than it is for its value. Round it up or down and just be done with it. So whatever gold that they discover, at the end of the day, discovering a gold deposit and actually being able to extract the metal and refine it are two different things. Imagine here if they suddenly discover a major gold vein here in like Sonoma County or whatever along one of these creeks. I mean, your chance of extracting that gold is zero. Same thing if there was a massive reserve of oil underneath the Rancho, you would have no chance of extracting that. The environauts, hey Gary, everybody would be on your ass. How you doing, Sask? Everybody would be. You wouldn't be able to. You'd have lawsuit after lawsuit, injunction after injunction, and you'd never have an ounce of gold would see the light of day. Nobody wants a mine in their backyard, and no. But when you think of the total value of gold reserves and then you think of the total value of currencies, I really don't know, Scottish. Owning mineral rights and using those mineral rights are two different things. I don't know what that means, Mark. It's so good at the beginning to the end. Yeah. You can easily find missing vintage audio equipment on eBay. There's a huge market of resellers on there that part out old stereos that aren't working and sell the face plates, the knobs, the tune, everything. I'm sure air rights would. Yeah, I'm just saying here you'd have no chance of extracting. It would be zero. This county, no, hell no. What are you talking about? The neighbors, oh, we're going to have a zoning hearing. Oh, you want to open a mine on your property? Really? That gets publicity, and then the meeting comes and you have 5,000 people with signs there. Don't pollute. Stop extracting protect Mother Earth. Stop raping our nation here in our state, and stop it. Yeah, thank you, Mark. You don't have mineral rights. Well, I don't even know. Hey, thank you, Alex. How you doing? Good to see you. So there's your problem, like in the United States. If you're expanding a mine like Homestake Mine or Newmont Mining, that's one story. I love that tuner. I'd love to have the Pioneer. Which one, honey? The little TX 90 that's set up with the little amplifier there. What's up, Dopey? Las Vegas was great. It was tiring. This time I'm going down strictly for fun. Yeah, watch your mouth, Emmanuel. You're gonna have a very short stay here, dipshit. Like from nine, I'm not sure if model, but I would know it if I saw it. The package plant is being reground now today, 40 acres. The Packer plant up in, wow, really, wow, wow. Yeah, I had a confrontation with security at the Packer plant up there. Yeah, this time is strictly for fun. I have very little to do in the way of projects with the church this time. I'm going to help out at the morning feed, but otherwise, I'm going to be enjoying myself. I want to find some other good restaurants. Yeah, that's just something, Mom. That's kind of sad in a way, but it's kind of good for Detroit. I'm happy. Detroit's kind of making a mini comeback there. I'm really pretty happy to hear about that. Yeah, you have some I hate to say it, you have a few pricks that come in. Now under development called Packard Park. It will have a techno museum. That's cool. Yeah, thank you very much, Gary. Yeah, I got some more coming up. Becca, people really like the street streams, the mega streams. They really, really enjoy them. It seems like no matter which direction I go, people they don't even care. They just want to be a part of the stream. And that's good. So there'll be mega streams coming up. I'm gonna do mainly recorded content when I'm up on the up in Tonopah and Goldfield, but I will probably go live on in the evening up there if I can get a signal or whatever. I'll be staying at we'll be at the Mitzpah Hotel. Yeah, it was good. I feel good about it every year. We got Naomi tomorrow, her birthday. So I'm gonna sing a happy birthday to her. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Naomi. Ooh, happy birthday to you. I don't know if you have a PayPal or whatever. If you do, just send me a Gmail. Let me know. And you just get out and walk. Yeah, people enjoy that. I'm really surprised, but I got a little. felt kind of disappointed in Naked City because I came in from the wrong direction and I got really confused when I was down there this time. So it didn't go as planned, but probably spend some time. I'll probably drive down and like park at the Pioneer gift shop parking lot there, and then do a further down the strip run. Cruise into Circus and mix it up a little bit, or make a right across Sahara and go through there. So I figured it out. We're going to have fun. So if you have any other suggestions for dining, I'm going to be specifically seeking out some more Chinese. I may actually go to the seafood place and have another crab dinner down there. I don't know. I think one night a great stream would be to walk the whole Chinatown there, in and out of all the places there. I think the signal's pretty good. Spend about 4 or 5 hours just walking Spring Mountain Road there and all the Chinatown. Yeah, I'm not, the older I get, the less I care about gambling. We did okay last time. The 4 or 5s bailed me out on I probably lost about $50 the last time, which was great. Not great, but it's acceptable to me. So believe it or not, I think I have my best chances on poker machines. I have Chaldean food. It's difficult. You tell me where to have it. I'll have it. I had Chaldean food in Sterling Heights. That was scary behind this, that. You stand tall and that is... Yeah, if you don't have a fear factor when you're live streaming, then you're just, you're just boring the hell out of people, in my opinion. Yeah, I went to it was fancy. I remember watching a guy do the tea with the cup and stuff. I mean, it was amazing. There's a lot of Chaldeans up in Sterling Heights. They had a good buffet there. I can't remember what the name of the buffet was that we went to in Sterling Heights. That was amazing. Yeah, the Strat. But the only good thing at the Strat is the topless pool up there. But the problem with its topless pool is the ones that you want to see topless, you won't. The ones you don't want to see topless, you will. Right? It's like nude beaches. When I went down to Black Beach in San Diego there, that was an experience. And just trying to keep the pervs away was a full-time job. Yeah, Christian Chaldeans. All the shows I heard are great in bed. Yeah, you can go to a show, but pull out your wallet. The best thing to do is hit a matinee. And there's a lot of people go around that give you discount coupons because they want to fill up the day shows or the early evening shows. The Sahara restaurant. I'm not sure. But it just wasn't that great because just trying to bat the pervs away on the beach just took a lot of the you see topless or nude beach, everybody thinks that they're going to get a piece of you or whatever. You went to well, I went there with D and with Vegas Vixen. We had a good time. It was an experience. I'm an experiential person. And nowadays, if you think about going to a club like what do they call it there, the Sapphire Club or something like that, man, they charge for women. It's a good fee, but if you're a guy and you want to go into like the Win Day Club, they charge women one price and they charge the men another price, which I guess is okay. Because a man to hug and kiss would say you want to cut down the people that are leering. Right. Province Beach, I don't know whether Ferndale, Michigan. Yeah, I was Royal Oak, that was like the LGBTQRSTUBWXYZ area. Saggy City, these toddlers pools. Well, I never criticize any. Who am I? I'll say I never grab that low-hanging fruit of criticizing anybody. I'm just saying it's the nature of the beast, and people are very nice. But when they get a lot of drinks under their belt and stuff, and I notice at topless places that people feel like they have the right that they can hang on you and stuff like that. It gets a little uncomfortable sometimes. Yeah, Royal Oak. I really enjoy Royal Oak. I can't wait to get back to Detroit again and Chicago. I wouldn't even care if it's winter time in there. It would be cheaper to stay. I even enjoyed live streaming Livernois Avenue in that dangerous AF area over there. Detroit's got a lot of cool stuff to see. It took a while to get used to the roads, the concept of the 18 miles, 17 miles, 16, 15, 14-mile road. And the way that people turn left there, they don't have clean turns at the intersection. You have to pull into these these designated turn lanes. It took a while to get used to it. And I had a difficult time with the van because I came in on a thunderstorm and visibility was very poor, and ended up popping a tire. It was very muggy and kind of foggy, and but it's all part of life, right? Getting all those different experiences. I thought about the Dakotas, and that's about the last place: Montana, Idaho, North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota. That's about it really knocks a lot of states down at that point. We have a lot of snow here. You wouldn't like it. No, Gling, I'm not really a snow person. Wow, no more crack on how disappointing on that. Gling, it's pretty to look at. I think if I was better equipped for cold weather, it would be better. I'd like to go back to Milwaukee again. I'd like to see up in where Ronnie is in Sheboygan and Green Bay, up that way. Too much snow in Michigan right now. You would need snow change. Yeah, I'm not into it, Gary. Yeah, it was a real bad area. Yeah, it's okay. You get used to it. I mean, it's beautiful. People enjoy. Canadians particularly seem to enjoy winter activities. I think if you can dress appropriately, it's fine. I tend to run around in sports gear. It tends to be lighter weight. I also learned to carry these heat packs now, which makes a difference. Chattanooga, I don't know. I don't know, Kelly. I don't know, honey. I just don't know. You know, I have more of a feel for the Kentucky, West Virginia border area, Maggie Valley, North Carolina, all down there. The old Hatfields and McCoy territory. Yeah, winter, I'm not a winter person. You know, I've wintered in the van before, and it's memorable. But winter, you have to kind of commit to put yourself into a hotel. Now I could run the south again, which is fine. Chattanooga's really nice. I just don't know. That's real close to the Georgia border. Kensington Street in Philly. You know, it's equivalent to Baltimore City, Kelly. It's like I would ride around in a vehicle and have a wide angle lens so that people could take it in. But you see very few people are ever live streaming on the streets of Baltimore because it's just too, there's people there that will just not hesitate to beat the living hell out of you, take your money, take your gear, and ain't nobody going to call the cops. Nothing going to happen. There was a guy that did a video like eating at the most dangerous Chinese restaurant in Baltimore, going in and ordering food there and shit. I mean, it's like you really look, Kelly, let me put it this way. On a scale of 1 to 10 for frightening, the worst streets in Philadelphia are like a 7, and the worst streets in Baltimore are like an 18. It's not even comparable. Right? You pick out one street in Philadelphia, one neighborhood. I can put up 100 streets in Baltimore that are equivalent to that. And to live stream those streets, you're just basically on a suicide mission. So you see all these people will ride through, but they're not walking through with a live stream. Oh, how you doing, bro? Bro. Oh, you on a bad motherfucker. Hmm? Hollywood, yeah. Yeah, well, Detroit's got its moments, right? I mean, Milwaukee's got its areas. Shit, even Battle Creek, Michigan. No, they're not really similar, Ace. Philadelphia is a much less dangerous city statistically than Baltimore. The thing in Detroit, they knocked down a lot of houses, and they cleared out a lot of stuff. There's a lot of great history in Baltimore. There's a lot of cool stuff to see. But it's unfortunately, it's in the mix with a lot of really tough stuff. And it's a city that to a great extent in some of the neighborhoods just is totally supported by drugs and trafficking. That's it. Yeah, the Keys. Yeah, who wouldn't? Who wouldn't like to be in the Keys? Bouncing around on the beaches in the Keys in wintertime? Hell yeah. That's what I like about Vegas. At least it's pretty dry, and it's very comfortable for 10 months of the year. And during the daytime, you know, when the sun's out, it's really nice. salt mines are under Detroit. They're also underneath Hutchinson, Kansas there. But Baltimore City still has true horrific ghettos that are literally houses are falling down. Yeah, it's got a good food scene in Baltimore. Yeah, it's got a good food scene. It's got a good blend of North and South right there. You have great Italian, you have great seafood, you have great Southern food, great German food, Polish food. Large Polish community. They all work the docks, the longshoremen, the port there. You have good Italian food in Little Italy. Yeah, it's got a great food scene. Having some surgery tomorrow. Well, I hope it goes well, Gary. Good luck. Hope everything goes well with the surgery. Yeah, I would have to say, yeah, Baltimore is one of those cities that I would have somebody would really have to hit the super chat with something big to make the risk worth it for live streaming through Cherry Hill or Pimlico. West Baltimore. Yeah, really have to juice that to make that worthwhile. You know, for starters, you're just the wrong color right off the bat, and you're in there holding a smartphone in a holder. Yeah, not a good look. Not a good look. That's the way I opened. You go back to see my 2013 June of 2013. That's how I opened, right there on Federal Hill overlooking the skyline. Good morning, Baltimore. I am here right up on Federal Hill overlooking the Inner Harbor. I often thought it might be nice to go back and do a renovation or something, and then I think to myself, you're going to have a hard time defending that restoration. What you think you're getting real cheap ends up just being a money trap. You put a water heater in, decent wiring, and you come back 2 days later and everything's all stripped out. All right, well, let's get moving. Yeah, it's got good stuff. I mean, it's interesting. Historically, it's a tremendous place to visit. But, hey, Cobra John, but the political machine just destroyed, you know, like a lot of the cities. Once Lyndon Johnson got into office with the Great Society, it was the beginning of the end. Schools started to collapse. You had the white flight out to the county. Taxes in the city were double what people would pay. It was just yeah, I got my jacket. It just became, you know, when America was founded through the 1800s, it was the second largest city in America. And then by the time I was born, it was seventh biggest, and it just went down, 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 down. Everybody got the hell out. It was the premier industrial city of the East Coast. Tremendous shipbuilding, manufacturing, and it all became shit. You know what? You have to produce something to become truly wealthy. If you don't make anything, then the service economy can't be supported. You actually have to produce something tangible. There have been times over the years in the 1970s, there was an area called Reservoir Hill, right by Druid Lake Reservoir there. Bolton Hill, that people came in and they bought these beautiful old brownstones like you see in Brooklyn, New York for a song. High ceilings, beautiful buildings, all mahogany inside, and they restored all them, and they made a fortune on them. It became very gentrified, but I don't know if they've been able to hold the ground there without, robbery and theft and you have yourself a little ocean in the middle of an area of violence. It's very hard to hold that. It's very hard to hold that area. No, there's no real reason for him to come back. Wow, why in the hell are we backed up here? At the core of it all is, how good is your educational system? That's the limiting factor right off the bat. Nobody wants to stick their kid, unless you don't give a shit, nobody wants to stick their kid into a shitty school system. That's for starters. Even the county school systems have become shit now. That's your very first problem. Your second problem is your taxes are super high. And your services are super low. Yeah, it was good. The baseball stadiums kicked off the traditional stadium revival. I mean, it was a good thing. I have no idea why in the hell we are backed up so much here. They built the beautiful Ravens M&T Stadium, and there's some good stuff that's taken place. But the core problem has yet to be addressed. There's nothing that's really produced there anymore. They talk about, well, we opened these little incubator systems and blah, blah, blah. Big deal. Entrepreneurs. The only big business I can think of that came in was Under Armour. Their headquarters is there. And of course the port. Most of the imports from Germany, BMWs, Mercedes-Benzes, they all come through that port. expensive Baltimore and Ohio railroad system. Wasn't even there. Like for 5 minutes I parked, I went into Lexington Market, and I immediately had a confrontation with somebody. Immediately. Left there after a half hour feeling crappy. Like, why do I even try? And I went to my car and I got some people around Edgar Allan Poe's grave. Come back, I got a damn ticket on my car. Hey June. I missed you during the fundraiser. Keeping our spirits high. Look at that beautiful sky. At the heart of it all is you need to have a rationale for living there. And you can't live on a service economy where the government is supporting Medicaid and Medicare. And would these hospitals be able to survive without government money? Hell no. They grew fat and luxurious on that government money. Now when that money starts to be cut back because it's untenable, you see the service sector start to come under attack. You take away government spending and what do you have left? You always have to pour more money. Defense industry becomes more and more expensive, more high tech. It just becomes a budgetary nightmare. Something's got to give, and it ain't going to be the defense budget. I guarantee you that. Yeah, sorry to hear that, June. Sounds like I got drinks in here. Do I got beer floating around? Yeah, I probably do. Yeah, I think I got a case of beer in here. I don't know. I still got the computer and keyboard. Yeah, sorry to hear that, June. You've had quite a bit of death to deal with in the last couple of years. Though I walk in the valley of death, Look at that purple in that sky. I don't even see that with my eye. That's the phone picking up something. It's the human eye can't even see. Look at that beautiful sky. To each is appointed to die, and then on to judgment. And then your eternal destiny awaits. Well, I always said if I get into heaven, the back of my pants will be smoking on fire. I'll tell you that. My drawers will be smoking in behind. We're just about here. I got my surveyor's jackets. I got a heat pack in my kangaroo pocket pouch on my sweatshirt. I got to remember to pack my gloves for the trip. It's always light pollution here. Plus, it's the air is very dirty. We haven't had any wind, so we're having the air gets pretty rank this time of year. It's like LA. This smog is worse this time in winter than any other time. You get this inversion where the cold forces the pollution down to the ground level. I wonder how Cock Robin is doing. I never see anybody in there. They got the fireplaces going. I see one person in there. One doggone person. Whoa, you always got to be careful. Somebody puts the brakes on. You might not see somebody in the crosswalks. Wow. All right, let's see if we're going to be able to park over here. Because, of course, you know we have to whiz. Oh, we got a spot right here. Beautiful. All right. Beautiful. All right, stand by while I go whiz. Be back in a minute. First thing we're going to do is get our jacket on. Got that on. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to mount up the chooch here. Let's put this. Which direction does this baby go? Hold on, everybody. See, it tells you it goes that way. Let's flip this baby on. There we go. Damn it, why won't that thing go in there? There it goes. Let's see. There we go. That woman looked at me like I was a nut. All right, let's see who has Christmas decorations up. Who's a Grinch? Let's go over here. They do have some stuff in the park there. Nothing here. Do not knock or ring bell. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. I wish I could say it was out here. Do 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 do. Used books. At least they got a few lights on in there. Feels like it's midnight. It's only like 5 o'clock or something. 5:30. Yes, it does. Vegan mom. Yeah, the toy store is open. It's like one of the last toy stores. People enjoying their sushi tonight and ramen noodles. Yeah, we'll be seeing Tony. Just bear with it. I know you're blind, so I haven't seen much so far. There's the bar. I feel like Tiny Tim looking in the window. Amanda Hug and Kiss would say you're leering. Oh, people look warm and comfortable with their ramen noodle. West County Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
I have a few different desserts available. There's a black sesame ice cream, there is a strawberry rhubarb sorbet, and chocolate blue cheesecake. So it's made with partially rice flour as well as yeah, they're all really simple.
Let's go over and see some decorations over here. You see that moon tonight? It's got a little bit of humidity in the air. Yeah, they got a few decorations around. Yeah, they got a few displays here, which is nice. Welcome to Sebastopol, where the 60s never died. Thought there might be some music tonight, some live music. Yeah, 49. It's cold, man. For California, this is cold, cold, cold. All right, well, let's go up to Main Street, see what's going on. We'll hit that shopping center on the way back. I don't think my signal's cutting out at all, Tony. Maybe restart your program. Yeah, the signal is fine here. Yeah, 49 is disastrously cold weather for us. Hope you're enjoying the content tonight. Please give a thumbs up if you are. Hey Jenny, how you doing, honey? Aloha. Eleven to 5. Everybody getting ready.
Wait, cross North Main Street, back.
Whoa. Got a few little lights on the tree here. The bar never puts up anything. No, I didn't do anything on Black. I didn't find any good deals. I'm still looking for a standalone camera, but I'm pretty particular about price and everything. I wonder if Island Jenny's going to go to the Ala Moana shopping mall there. It's a nice time to be in Hawaii, I can tell you that. A little bit of Meli Kaliki Maka. Vintage. Yeah, that's a nice mall. It still does a good job because it's very comfortable. Pilates. This is where you can't leer. Yeah, that'll get the cops called on you. I hear some music. A little bit of jazz. Not a lot of Christmas stuff up yet. Yeah, pretend to be mental. Hugging kids would say, you don't have to pretend too much. I wish I had a space heater for my sack. Gracious. Now open Sunday. Yeah, it's Sebastopol. It's about 11,000 people. It's where the 60s never died. It's a hideously expensive town. This used to be like the Singing Bowls or something. Maybe it still is, I don't know. Got a little alley of doom. I'm sure Richmond, Kentucky is really decorated for the holidays. You probably get snow down there. Hey, Icy. We're just looking around for Christmas decorations tonight before I go home and bomb out some chili, Hackjob chili. Welcome to Sebastopol, where the 60s never die. Yeah, I'm sure Richmond, Kentucky, where Joni lives, they do it up down there. That's a pretty good sized city. Goldfinch. I can't remember the menu here. Let's take a look at the bill of fare. Let's see, for the table, fire roasted beets, caramelized yogurt, pistachios, quick pickled onions. And what the hell is that? Cocktail shrimp, $2.75 a shrimp. Wow. $10-ounce hanger steak, 51. Fried chicken, 42. Swordfish, 39. There's the Sunshine Cafe where we reviewed. Bar hanger honors. A home goods pop-ups. Looks a little rough in there. I don't know who's yabbing over there. I haven't been to the Super Buffet in, I want to say, 15 years, maybe longer. I'm not seeing a lot of decorations up. I think this town is like more like new age. You know, crystals and there's the Hop Monk. Must be nice to be in there. They did put some lights on the trees, but you can't really see it too well. Merge Studio. They got some lights up. Yeah, it's pretty depleted up here. I got to remember to carry my flashlight. Always smells like whiz by the museum. Nobody's sleeping there tonight. I don't know. Carmen's in Santa Rosa, I think it is. Hey, Shimei, there's that poor slob running the bagel place over there. Poor slob getting up at 4 a.m. Imagine this slob almost ran over me. Jeez. Wow. Nothing going on at the funeral parlor tonight. Yeah, this poor slob. What a way to hack out a living. Looks like the, is that the tea place up there? No, it's not the tea place. The place next door. Got some lights up. Other than that, there's not a lot of lights here. Looks like this place, Wove Kind, looks like they went tits up. Nothing in there. No, most of the homeless are in core downtown areas. Buddies. fashionable gear. For the holidays. Busiest thing around here is the pot shop. Get those Christmas party outfits, baby. That's it. Let me unplug this thing. I don't think we need the external power. I always say, Amanda, hug and kiss. Get those legs in the air. I think tonight's a night we could have frost. Here's the pot shop. What a great business to be in. Get those legs in the air. Please hit that thumbs up button. It is very appreciated. Pilates and pelvic floor classes. Wow, Simply Pilates. Gracious. People doing ceramics or something. Here's the barbecue place. Oh, I wouldn't even go in with the camera. See that frosting here. Well, I hope it went good for you. Put the flashers on here. Your higher self awaits. Your love is lifting me higher. Hey, Supernova. I don't know, there's a lot in Napa, there's a lot in Sonoma County. Yeah, I'm having a good time. We're just hanging out. I'm going to be cooking up some Hackjob chili tonight. Trying to find some decorations. Not seeing too much right now. Not really seeing much of anything. Somebody's got a tree up there. No, I don't do vegan chili. There's no way I do vegan chili. It's called Hackjob chili. It's a very keto chili. I hope this isn't the cops. Yeah, please hit the thumbs up if you've not done so yet. It is appreciated. Dr. Frankenstein just laid it right out there. That's funny. You do put up with some horrendous taste when you have vegan, vegetarian. There's nothing like getting down on a piece of meat, right, Amanda Hug and Kiss? She's a big meat eater. He's got their lights on up there. Gracious. This one house is kind of duded up here. Hey, deal for real. Oh, wow. They bring their own food, huh? Yeah, she likes a good meat stick. It's all about the meat. Here's this horrendous tea room. You probably regret they planted so much shit on here. Oh man, what can we say about Bagel Boy down here? What can we say about Bagel Boy that hasn't already been said before? Man. Imagine once you're committed to this, that's kind of it for life. Let's see if we see any rats running around. Wow, the door's open? What the hell is the door open for? Some bagel bins. Look at how dirty they are. Tough way to hack out a living, ladies and gentlemen. You better like humping those bags of flour. Man, I just couldn't imagine signing on for a lifetime of that. And they tell me I'm crazy. Yeah, I wonder what they're going to do with the old hippies as. I don't know. That was good pizza. Taqueria Al Favorito. Oh, I'm just awake. Ooh, damn. Looks like they got a few decorations here. I don't know why they open at night. There just ain't nobody around. The old black cat. Remember, Monday night would be men's night to come and bitch about life. I'm sorry to hear that, Nick. Really sorry to hear that. Don't forget these UPS stores. If you ship stuff from here and it gets lost, UPS will not stand behind it. It's a franchisee's run. Always ship directly through UPS. Oh, 48 degrees. Man, I feel every degree of it. It is cold. For California, it's brutal. That's like a joke. I bet his book's available on Amazon. Yeah, I would tell. Yeah, UPS. I would never go through a franchisee. Something gets lost, they have zero liability. You call UPS, they're like, "Oh shit, I'm sorry, man." You have to take that up with the franchisee. Yeah, tonight's a bit damp. This town just can't let go. Let's see, City Hall, what they got.
Wait. Wait.
Walk sign is on. Let's see what they got at City Hall. The hell was this? Was this the old laundromat? This is the Froyo. Laundromat. Yeah, City Hall's got a few decorations up. Quite a nice display. I want to make some ginger snaps. I like them super crispy. The lemons are ripe for harvest too. We should make a lemon pie. Even lemon meringue. It's a good pie. Yeah, lemon, anything lemon. The pie is especially kind of keto. Very little crust and a lot of lemon filling. Yeah, it's about harvest time. I harvested some oranges today. What are these birds doing tonight? Everybody's an actor. Boy, this is a whole display. Yeah, it's a whole mega display they have in that case. Yeah, they feel some kind of way in this county. They feel some kind of way. Let me fold this up. I always thought Biden was the one that fingered all the kids. But what the hell do I know? Gabby Moskowitz. Official Grateful Dead cookbook. What the hell? Did these guys ever cook? Or did they party? It takes a global village idiot. These guys make some pretty good cookies. I think milk chocolate chips, double fudge, semi-sweet, walnuts, ginger.
Wait.
It's the Oddfellows Lodge. It looks like something's going on up there tonight. Well, my problem with that, Dr. Frankenstein, I don't know who will be the lender of last resort. I just don't know. Like I've explained in a couple of videos, the birth of the Federal Reserve, they might have strayed from their mission. But we certainly need somebody to rush credit in when it's needed in liquidity. Wow, should we crash the Oddfellows meeting? The Oddfellows. Nice, they got a few things up. Boy, it feels like it could snow tonight. Oh. Do 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 do. It's time to get some chow going. Feed the monsters. Oh man, feed the monsters. This off. All right. 50 degrees here. No bloody way. No way. No way, no how. Whew. Nippy. Nippy. Watch out for people in the crosswalks here. Yeah, I felt like crashing the Oddfellows meeting tonight. Yeah, please hit the thumbs up. We're still well short of our 100 tonight, so if you can help us out, only takes a second. It's very appreciated. Like and subscribe. We just finished our shoots around. Not much in the way of decorations right now. Doesn't seem like the kind of town that really puts up a lot of decorations. Coffee's great. I really thought there would be more to see around, but there's not. I think people feel kind of blown out. Kind of blowed out. Okay, it's time to roll out of town. Eastbound and down. Yeah, I don't have any ginger snaps. I kind of wish I did, but I like to make my own because mine need to be super, super crispy. Commercial ginger snaps just don't cut it. Plus, it's kind of a no-no when you're on keto. Nope, no eggnog. I always thought eggnog was way too rich. To be honest with you, Scottish, I just can't. I don't know. I guess it's just a richness thing, a mouthfeel. I don't know. With bourbon, it's okay, but it's a very some kind of thing, you know. It just makes me feel some kind of way. I don't. It's hard. It's probably why I'm not into ice cream too much and things. Oh, that old fashioned. Oh boy, I just can't even risk getting the ingredients or I'll be knocking back old fashions every day. I gotta keep that a rarity. Yeah, that was good. That was a good drink to have. I had one shot of Jim Beam when I got to LA in the evening there, and then I didn't have any liquor until that old fashioned, and I haven't had any since then. I do enjoy in Vegas having I do enjoy having like a VSOP in the evening. Or that, whatever that, Evan bourbon was good. I can't remember what it was. That was okay. It's nice when you're doing a long chooch to have a little bracer when it's cold. I would never have something like that in summertime. You would be going off like a furnace. Daniel Craig, that was it. Evan Craig, or whatever the hell it is. Elijah Craig. I think that was it. What's going on, Kelly? Yeah, there's a Lowry's in Vegas, but it just does not have the panache of the Beverly Hills one. You go to the original there. I like the authenticity of it. I want to go back and get that crab again. If I had Lowry's too often, I would get tired of it. Because you never see me really get prime rib. It's not my favorite cut of beef. I prefer a ribeye. But their prime rib is so good the way they make it down there. Yeah, in their Scottish, in their old fashioned, they use Woodford Reserve, which is a very expensive bourbon. Tara like Woodford Reserve. They're using top shelf. They're not using call. They're not using house shit. Come on, dude. What are we doing? Are we in a parade? What are we doing? Bakersfield. I like just about any bourbon. But my favorite is the Four Roses. I'm dreaming of a white Christmas, ooh, with every Christmas card I write. May your days, may your days, may your days be merry and bright. Go fly a kite, and may all your Christmases be white. Ooh. Go fly a kite on Christmas Day. What a nut job. That's those crazy Canadians would do that. They love the cold. Whoa, we see, holy crap, we're turning in there? Really? Do 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 do, I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. Ooh, boo 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 boo. May your days, may your days, may your days be merry and bright. Go fly a kite. Oh boy. My security's working. I'm sure you've got the heated blasting at 75 degrees. Do 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 do, I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. Boo boo boo, with every Christmas card. I do 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 do. Yeah, your days, may your days. See, I like to acclimate myself to the cold. Where the hell is the stick? Come on, man. There it is. No, that's not it. Where the hell is it? Down there. All right. Well, it'll be at Harbaugh's last Christmas in Baltimore, I guarantee you that. Unless he puts Tyler Huntley in. I heard Jackson wants to go to the Rams anyway. See you later, Gator. I'll take Tyler Huntley any day of the week. May your days go fly a kite. Imagine the Ravens with Bo Nix. All right. Let's go feed the punks. There ain't no way I'm cooking outside. Oh, jeez. Yeah, her birthday is the 7th. Ugh. All right. All right, let's feed the bird brains. Do 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 doop a doop a doo boop boop a doop a doop boo. Who's hungry? Oh. No fighting. No fighting. Smells like joy juice and chicken. Meaty pate. Yum, yum. Make this stuff to make contact with me. All right. Who's hungry? Like that here. No growling. Who ever knew cats growl? Goliath will suck on that a while. The whole crew's eating fine. Look at how well they get together now. I got them well trained to get along good. We don't need any fighting at the dinner table. Oh, boy. All right. Let's set this up here a minute. Oh, like 50 degrees in there. I got nice security cameras up now. Oh, Roosevelt, you are so fine. So fine. All right, let's have a beer. Could you imagine treating yourself to like 68 degrees one night? Can you imagine that? Yeah, on verticals. You just copy and paste on them. All right, let's have some nuts and a beer before we commence the cooking tonight. Ooh. Do listen to hear sleigh bells in the night. Yeah, I got security. I posted the property. I'm so glad I got this jacket. It ain't a hell of a lot, but it'll do. I want to go get a lined one. And I had one of these little heat packs in there. That's the best way to eat peanuts is in the shell. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Hearts are a-glowing. To be of good cheer. It's the most wonderful. Yeah, if you've ever had natural peanut butter. Tara gave it to me once. The problem was, and it's a big problem, you have to stir that stuff because the oil separates. And man, what a pain that is. Oh, yeah. Nice. Let's enjoy some nuts. Right, Amanda, hug and kiss. You're a nut eater. I love peanuts and they're good for you. They're not best on keto, but the oils are good. I eat at the table, so I don't really get it everywhere. Happy holidays, happy holidays. May the merry bells keep ringing. Happy holidays to you. Delicious. Should be able to knock out the chili fast. We just have to cut up an onion. Of the year. Couldn't get better as I get back to closer to Christmas. The lights will be better. Walnut Court here in town always puts on a big show. But damn, you better like cold weather. Oh, I hope we can find a couple more good restaurant finds. Like last time. That was really good. Some trips it's really lucky. Some trip it's not. Imagine how boring December would be if not for Christmas. I think it would be January, wouldn't it? February. January, February, March are my hardest months. I always get to put putting the peanuts in the chili now. Or putting them in my mouth. January, February, psychologically, are very hard. Really hard. And I don't know what the average temperature like to go. Might try to go down to Palm Springs. I don't know. It's not as warm as you think it would be. I don't know what the average temperature is down there in January. I mean, it's nice, it's sunny, but it can get chilly. But all the pools are heated. Yeah, well, that's the way I feel in February. February officially ends winter here. Yeah, I'm making chili tonight, Kelly. Why are you rushing me? That chili is going to be knocked off in easy time. Usually February 14th, spring begins here. That's when you start to see the almond trees start to have buds and leaves. My boyfriend and I went to get blood and he was terrified. Why did he need blood work? You got an STD or something? Look at me getting mine taken. Or did they have some kind of twofer going on? I should donate plasma and record it. I was joking, Kelly. It's not often boyfriend and girlfriend go to get blood drawn. Lipid assessment and vitamin D. All right, good. To me, it seems like if you're in Canada in wintertime, you would want to have like a B12 shot or something. Just to kind of buck you up a little bit for the winter. Good night, Deja Vu. Thanks for coming in. Nope, it's D that everyone is low in. Yeah, it's magnesium that people are low in here, which causes sudden death heart attacks. Heart attack is just a cramping of the heart muscle, uncontrolled cramping. So you better take your magnesium. That's good. Once I started taking it, I didn't have any more of these horrendous leg cramps. Nope. Not necessarily. We're talking about sudden ones. Usually blocked artery lead up to warning signs. Shortness of breath, fatigue. Do I look like I got fatigue? Hell no. Yeah, mine stopped almost instantly. Yeah, well, you'll get some with blockage, but there's also heart attacks that are sudden and unexplained. Yeah, people that are always testing. Yeah. My cholesterol, my lipid profile couldn't be any better. I don't think you appreciate the amount of exercise that I get. And I have a very, very low fat diet. Very, very low fat. All of my blood work's always decent. I don't really think cholesterol is the enemy, though. If it was, then the French would have more heart attacks than anybody. Because of the Mediterranean diet is rich in fats and oils, saturated fats. I think they actually perform a protective function. But mind you, I'm not an expert. I am not an expert. Let's clear some space here. Oh boy. Oh, my nuts. Oh. Yes, it's fun to cook in a 49-degree house. It's a very emotional experience. It's the most wonderful time of the year. To be of good cheer. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Marshmallows for roasted. Something potatoes for something. And carrots under the tree. There'll be a ghost story. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Do 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 do. All right, let's use our stainless steel pan tonight. Oh, what a beauty! Our Revere ware, copper bottom, baby. That's what Hog and Kiss said. I am so jelly, so very jelly. Oh, Roosevelt, you are so fine. You were so fine. Christmas is long, long ago. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Do, do, do. Of the year. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Yeah, that's the pan I found that I restored beautifully here. That's it. Be of good cheer. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Do 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 do. All right, we're gonna prepare an onion. Let's get a little more light on the subject here. Let's get our 1000 grit side here. You see that hug and kiss? Learn to love it. Learn to love it. Roasting marshmallows for roasting. There'll be scary ghost stories. It's the most. I don't know. That looks a little crazy. This thing. Ooh. Let's get down to a better layer here. There we go. Something that actually looks edible. Roosevelt, you were so fine. So fine. I gotta save all the plastic bags because come January, no more plastic bags. You have to use paper bags only, or schlep in your own bags. There'll be scary ghost stories. Hey Judy, long, long ago, it's the most wonderful time of the year. All right, we got some of this Frantoia. This is the real deal. That is the real deal right there from Italy. Roosevelt. You are so fine. So fine. I know. There'll be scary ghost stories. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Where'd the onion go? It's in the pan. Now we got some of this. This garlic might be bad, I don't know. It's the most wonderful. One of my subscribers said every time you sing, I want to change the words to it's the most annoying time of the year. When you sing, I'm like, oh, thank you. Wow. Can you imagine? You could have said that a bit more pleasantly. Wow. Like, really? Boy, we haven't made Hackjob chili in so long. Oh, yeah. Oh, Roosevelt, you are so fine. You're like a kitchen magician. That's it. Just like that. There we go. My singing is so fine. Please hit that thumbs up button. My hat, it has 3 corners. 3 corners has my hat. All right, we're going to use about half of this. Okay, so we're using half a pound here. And we'll probably use the other half for a burger, maybe tomorrow for breakfast. So we want to wrap that up good. Oh, it feels nice and greasy. This is long, long ago, 'cause it's the most wonderful time of the year. All right, let's put the heat to her, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get our, let's wash our hands here. I don't like people that don't have good kitchen habits of cleanliness. That's the worst of the worst of the worst. If you're gonna feed people, you better be clean in the kitchen. I might be a slob about a lot of things, but not about that. All right. Put some fire in the hole. And let's put some heat to it here. Nice thing about stainless steel, it's non-reactive. To be of good cheer, we got black pepper, cayenne pepper, and cumin. We need the chili powder too. Wherever the hell that is. There's the chili powder. All right. We got the diced tomatoes ready to go. All right, so we want to sweat the garlic. I like to do the onions along with the meat. Reason being, it infuses the meat with a bit more flavor to it, which I think is really nice if you like an infusion. To be of good cheer, it's the most wonderful time of the year. Marshmallows for roasting. Who tells scary ghost stories at Christmas time? Like, what the hell is that all about? All right. We got that working pretty good right now. Turn that heat down a little bit. Once you start to get that sizzle, you want to back that down a little bit and let that slow go. All right. Hey Rio, how you doing? That's already smelling good. I'm not going to put the fan on because I want the smell to be here all night. All night long, baby. All night long. So big, yeah, we'll get some beer in a bit. Yeah, my day was pretty good today. I got my allergy shot. I made sure to take my allergy pills first today. So it wasn't as terrible as last time. Really like the looks of that piece there. I guess it's all right. I keep the heat relatively low. You're not in a race here. You don't want the garlic to burn and get nasty. So we're going to sing happy birthday to Naomi, whose birthday is in 4 hours and 15 minutes. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Naomi. Ooh. Happy birthday to you. Look at how that stainless performs. Wowee. Not bad for a street find. We can add our cumin in now. We let that sort of work in. Now we're going to turn the heat off. We're going to add our chili powder in. People are like, oh, I never see you measure anything. Ooh, it's awful. Ooh. Yeah, well, I'm an intuitive cook, so that's the way it goes. Right. So bite me. We want to add a little bit of heat with cayenne. Don't be afraid to spike it up a bit. A little bit of black pepper. This hasn't been opened yet, so we don't need to open this one. Well, we want to kind of roast our. We want to kind of roast our spices a bit. All right. before we put the tomatoes in, I think it's kind of important to do that. Please hit the thumbs up button. And please wish my girl Naomi there happy birthday. Sometime real soon, I'm going to be seeing her in the Central Valley. Throw a little salt in. I'm using real sea salt that doesn't have silicate in it. And here's the trick, when you're using regular salt, Morton, something like that, you're getting silicate in there, which is really cut glass. You want to avoid that. It's an anti-caking agent. And you want to avoid that if possible. That's already tasting, boss. Okay, next go in our diced tomatoes. Your guts are so sweet. Yeah, my guts are pretty sweet. And we're going to add a bit of beer in there, spike it up a bit. And now we're going to cook this through. And this is going to make a tremendous Hackjob chili here. I like it very rustic. I don't like it super processed all the time. And then we'll check it for spices in a bit. We'll check it for spices in a bit. Yeah, she's a good kid. Bit gassy, but definitely sweet. So we want this to all cook down and work together. And then you always want to adjust your spicing after it's cooked for a while. Spices don't release all of their flavor at once. It takes a while to bring that out. So you got to be careful not to overdo it. So we let that go nice and slow and just let that cook just like that beautifully. We're going to let that work down beautifully. It's making that nice broth there. If you have burnt ends or something like that from brisket, you put that in. This is very keto friendly, so I'm not putting any beans in or anything. All right, this is all very, very keto. This pan is really a beauty, isn't it? Copper bottom. There. It's a little piece of meat we can try. Man, that's good. Right off the bat, spicing is excellent. No beans. How you doing, Danny? This is a keto chili. Yeah, it looks good. So I'm not putting any beans in it all. You could, and I like chili with chili beans and everything else, but I'm getting into good shape, so I'm just trying to cut down. So let that cook through really well until the till that broth becomes more sauce-like. And then it is ready to go, and it's not difficult to make it all. Very easy. You adjust the spicing for your taste. Some people like it hot, some people like it not hot, which is more chili con carne. Some people like a lot of chili flavor, some people like more cumin flavor. I just like a general balance of flavors. No, it's not it's not going to blow the sheets off the bed. Yeah, if you have this. This also helps heat up the house a little bit. When you don't run heat in the wintertime, it takes a week or so to get acclimated. But your body can definitely adjust to functioning in the 40s and the 50s in your house. It just takes some time. To be of good cheer, it's the most wonderful time of the year. Yeah, it's starting to look more like a sauce. Everything's kind of working together now. And we want all the tomatoes to kind of cook a lot of the redness out of them, that sort of orangey red, and become a deep red in there. It does make a difference. To be of good cheer. All right, we're going to have an initial, we're going to take a little taste here. I'm going to put a little more chili powder in. I'm going to shake it in now. I'm not going to pour it in. You adjust as you go along. It's got that beautiful flavor now. Got that nice color too. Let's try another spoon there. That was perfect. That was perfect. And that was just what that was needed. It needs, I think the salt is perfect. We could give another shake of cumin there, but otherwise, I believe we're there. I don't think we can spice it any better. Yeah, you want it to kind of open up your nose a little bit. Look at how beautifully this stainless performs. Wow. A beautifully even heat. Here, man, that looks fantastic. I believe I can fly. Now we're going to turn that super low now. Not that low. And we're going to let that go about 5 more minutes. Hackjob chili is 90% of the flavor with 10% of the effort. Some people will let this go for hours and hours, and I think it loses a lot of its food value when it does that. In my own opinion. So let's go down courtside here for a closer look. Those onions and everything is working in really well there. Yeah, it's just about done. And that's Hackjob chili. 90% of the flavor with 10% of the effort. Not going to sit here and schlep all over a stove all day long. All right. Okay, we're going to turn that off and give that one last stir. So this will be great for breakfast too. We're going to get a bowl and we're going to fire some of this in. And you can serve this with crackers if you want, some good sourdough bread. You can also put some red wine vinegar in. You can also put some red wine in. If you have a robust cab or something like that, you can throw it in there. It's going to deepen the flavor. You can also put a couple shots of Worcestershire sauce in, or if you have liquid smoke, you can put that in there too. There's a lot of different ways that you can deepen the flavor here. It all depends on the individual taste. So this is half a pound of ground beef, 1 can of diced onions, 1 can of diced tomatoes, 1 onion, and a little bit of garlic in there. So we're going to sit this over here. We're going to say our grace, and we're going to enjoy this baby. Okay, tomorrow we might make a lemon, something lemony, because the lemon's harvest time is here. All right, you can have the chili as thick or as thin as you want. It all depends on you. All right, let's sit down here. The burner's off. Okay. We're gonna pop another beer. Half of our beer went into the chili. All right, let's give it a shot here. Your Father, Son, Holy Spirit, amen. Bless us, O Lord, in these thy gifts which we're about to receive from thy bounty through Christ our Lord, amen. And may all the souls of the faithfully departed rest in peace, amen. In the name of the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, amen. All right, here we go. Oh, yeah. You can adjust the onion. Some people like more, some people like yet less. Some people like it finely chopped. I like it very rough chopped, very rustic. But it is delicious. Delicious. Cornbread is a good thing to have. Corn muffins. This is excellent. Excellent. And on a cold night in early December, it's like somebody threw the switch out here in NorCal all of a sudden. Boom! It's like freezing cold. And this stuff will just warm you right up. I'm always grateful. I always say grace. Oh, delicious. Yeah, I haven't had cornbread in a long time. Maybe just when I get close to Christmas, I'll add a few carbs in. When I've been in Vegas, I've been eating soups and morning, just like getting a couple hard-boiled eggs or something like that. which is very good because that stuff is very rib sticking. We're only 2 thumbs up away from 100. If you've not hit the thumbs up, could I please ask you kindly to please like up the stream? It is very appreciated. Anybody wants to support, it's a new month. I've turned my personal super chat, super sticker, super thanks back on after devoting the month of November for the fundraising. So I was happy to do it too. Delicious. I think sometimes when you put something in a crock pot for 4 or 5 hours, a lot of that nutrition goes up in steam and delicious. My kind of thing, perfect to have on a winter night, early, late fall. We're not quite in winter yet, but it is muy delicioso. So I think tomorrow we'll do something with lemon tomorrow. I'm gonna figure it out because you know how much I love lemon. I don't think it's gonna be a cookie. I think we're gonna make like an open face lemon pie. I don't think I'm gonna fool around with the meringue. Yeah, I know you got work tomorrow. I'm gonna head out too, guys. And thank you all for being here tonight. I had such a wonderful time tonight. The time just flew by. We went out to Sebastopol. I was a little bit disappointed with the lack of decorations and everything. But to my moderators, thank you very much. Icy, happy belated birthday and a big birthday wishes to Naomi. June, it's good to see you back, Jerry. Everybody else, have a wonderful, wonderful night. My moderators are the best in the business. Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks, everybody.